Main phase.
That is better. I now have sound. Hello, good evening, and welcome to everybody. Welcome. This is the second of my September streams. I've not really had a chance to do much streaming in September. Yeah, Johnny, I noticed there was no sound. There was nothing coming on the meters. I had to change it in OBS for some reason. I forgot my sound device. But yes, hello, good evening, and welcome everybody. I'm sure you can hear me now, can't you? I hope you can hear me now. You should be able to hear me now because it's coming through on there. So, should be good now. Good now. Anyway, hello. So, who have we got in the chat already? We've got a Carlo. We've got a cow who keeps requesting Bubsy 3D for some reason. We've got, well, Robert said he can't make it today. Robert PL. Robert Witek from Poland, I believe. We've got Aussie Guy. We've got the cow again requesting Bubsy 3D. We've got Firminius, who is asking if we're doing a Saturn stream at some point. We may well do, but this isn't the Saturn stream. This is the PlayStation stream. I'll talk about that shortly. We've got a Bob Loblaw, of course, one of our regulars, one of the moderators here. Always good to see Bob. We've got Mitchell. Who else we got? Scrolling down. We've got Tony, aka MAME. Is it? I know you've got another name on MAME testers. You reported lots of bugs and tracked them. I can't remember the name. We've got Mo Burma. We had a MAME fan dropping by, say he unfortunately can't make it today, but we'll watch on catch up. So, hello on catch up, MAME fan. Always good to see you, knowing you're watching, even if it's on catch up. And we've got a Johnny Bond. We've got a Roland Robinson. And we've got a Mr. Out of Heaven. We've got Custardo. We've got my partner Evie, who's saying hello. So, hello Evie. We've got a Smedis, and I believe we're all caught up. So if I missed anybody, I apologise because the chat kept scrolling back. Anyway, so this is, it's a PlayStation-themed episode. So I'll be looking at arcade hardware that's based on the PlayStation, for example, the G-Net system, which G-Darius is running on, which is the game you can see in the corner right now. And we'll also be looking at a few things on the home PlayStation, but mostly Japanese oddities, things with arcade connections and the like. So I'm not going to be going and playing all your Spyros and Crash. I may play Bubsy because, cows request watching on Ketchup. That'd be an interesting way to watch. Hey GSI Matty, welcome as well. Hope you're doing well. And hey No Joto, and hey Thomas as well. I think I missed you, didn't I, Thomas? But welcome. There were plenty of hardware platforms based on the PlayStation, no Joto. And I guess it's a sequel to Darius Gaiden. It came out afterwards, but I don't know in the timeline of things for Taito and the service. And good evening, Peter. Always good to see you too. Right, so I will turn the volume back up, because you want to hear the game, I'm guessing. And switch to my horizontal view. De-window this so it's the right size. And get on with playing a little bit of games. So, point up. Let me know how the levels are, because some of these are quiet, some of these are loud. Select game mode. I guess that's what's in version 2, not in version 1. Yeah, not all the games are that easy to put, though, because these later PlayStation platforms were a little bit different. Like the G-Net's got this Zoom sound system, which is quite difficult to translate direct to the PlayStation. Although, obviously, a PlayStation had CD, so you've got the CD audio for music, which this doesn't have. And these later machines also had faster CPUs, so they're a little bit more capable than the original PlayStation. But it's still PlayStation-based. There we go, we capture some ships and use them against the enemy. And that's kind of one of the main features of this entering the Darius series. Not to be confused with the Gradius series, which is Konami shooter. You can use them as a bomb as well and then make some big explosions. There we go, let's get a different one. So different enemies give you different things. This one acts as a shield. Well, I think it acts as a shield. Didn't do a very good job there. You love this one, do you, Costardo? It's not one I've spent as much time with compared to, say, Darius Gaiden, but from what I know, it's well liked. People have said good things. People were really happy when it finally got sound emulation a few years ago. Or the music from the Zoom chips. I'm not going to be especially good at it because, you know, I'm never good at these shooters. But you know what you're getting on these streams. But yeah, lots going on in the backgrounds. I mean, they're 3D backgrounds, but the amount of detail and like that train going through the tunnel there is impressive. It's kind of what you want if you've got a 3D game. You don't want it to just be plain. You want it to use the tech in some way. So we'll capture that one. Now obviously these Darius games are all about fighting fish. So we're already underwater and fighting this fish-based boss. And I'm down. Can't capture the boss, unsurprisingly. I say boss, maybe I should say sub-boss. Because a huge battleship, Eclipse is approaching fast. Now all the Darius games have this, a huge battleship is approaching fast thing. It's kind of what they're known for. And there we go, giant fish. Yes, you have just caught my stream near the start of Quan Wang. This is completely the wrong way of saying it. But hello and good evening, and thank you for joining us. It's good to see you. Okay, let me actually play the game instead of trying to read the chat. It's and shoot some fish down. So obviously you change direction as you go around the enemy, which is a nice touch. It means the enemy can be on. That's almost as bad as a laser wheel. It's just not wheeling. Yeah, I've not played this in a long time. I can't remember any of the patterns for anything. This bosses just can do anything and just beat me. Now, I didn't know fish had so many weapons built into them, but apparently they do. Got a whole range of attacks. But there you see, you move to the other side and automatically flicks you around to face the boss. That hammer. But the gameplay is of course 2D here. The graphics might be 3D, but it's still a plain 2D shooter, just with fancy 3D enemies and backgrounds. But the game mechanics are all standard 2D affair. Will it regain all its health whenever I die? Something unique to mechanical fish. It may well be. This is the first boss and it is making me look very bad at this game. I mean, that is because I am very bad at this game, but you know, it doesn't have to make it quite that obvious. You like this one on Darius Gaiden, the Easter After Heaven? Yeah, I think those two are generally considered the best ones. I didn't really like Darius Gaiden when I first played it, because obviously it's not got the multi-screens like the original games, which I always thought was like, the multi-screen was the appeal. But then you kind of just realise it's a better overall game than the others. Oh, blew up. After far too many credits. Yeah, I've not actually played Burst Chronicles, Neil. I know that was on the PC-based hardware, wasn't it? And also the PSP, I think. So you get to choose your path, as you do on many of these games. I think you do on all of the Darius games. Has that branching path system. So we've got the dragon in the sky here. The dragon is not what we shoot. There we go, let's capture an enemy. And blow it. There we go, I like these ones. Just blasted them out. If you hold down the fire button, you do that to get to attack with them, and just use the energy from the ships to attack, basically. Let's get them back, or something back. Now, it's far from the only game with a capture mechanic. There's old games, was it? Which one of the Toppan ones? Is it Zero Wing or Hellfire? I think it's Zero Wing, isn't it? That has the capture mechanic. And obviously there are other games where you take control of your enemies, Technos' Shadow Force, Jellicoe's Avenging Spirit. They're not shooters, but they have a similar mechanic. Psycho's Space Bomber, you're always capturing enemies and using them against the enemy. I don't know what I'm capturing. The thing is, you have to learn what you can capture and what you can't. Obviously the prototype Chimera Beast from Jellicoe also has you capturing everything. Versus on the PS4, is it? I guess it's a digital one, is it? Okay, I'm dying just far too often here. It's a massive spider. An F. Dear. Yeah, this jungle is dangerous. At least to somebody who's not good at these games. There we go. Right. Yeah, I'm struggling to always know what I'm meant to shoot and what I'm meant to pick up, unfortunately. It's quite a busy game in terms of graphics and what's going on the screen at any one time. This one rotates when I use this fire option. This wasn't saving them. I'm probably just making this game look hard, Bob. I'm good at making games look hard. So here is our huge battleship this time. Less fishy. Take that. Take a laser to the face. It seems more like a dinosaur sort of land than I don't know why I'm using my pod things here because you can't capture the bosses. If you ever want a game to look hard, just ask me to play it. I'm sure I can make the, the educational games look hard. Uh-oh. Big flashing glowing ball. Or something. The pincer laser's the easy bit, the only easy bit. The rest of it, I don't know what to do. Yeah. If I'm playing a lot of shooters, especially the cave ones, I will limit myself to a single credit. Rather than credit feed. The only reason I'm credit feeding is just so that everybody gets to see a bit more of the game, rather than just me reset, try the game again, reset, try the game again. And yeah, you need to have good reaction times and be able to filter out things on the screen more easily. So Galaxy Islands. I do like a good asteroid stage. I don't know if this is a good asteroid stage, but I do like them. Can't capture the asteroids by the looks of it. Capture that there. Fishing pole. Oh. Now, maybe also the version 2 that I'm playing is more difficult than version 1, I really don't know. That's also possible. This might be just like, for all I know, this might be like me trying to play Death Smiles and make a Black Label version rather than the regular version. Just crashing into the asteroids now. Yeah, I think that's an intentional miss out of heaven. It's meant to. I don't know what it's meant to be indicating, but I think it's an intentional effect. They wanted to see that. Ugh. Ugh. That was a fast asteroid. Not too keen on that, because they're the same colour as the ones you're avoiding. Or not avoiding in my case. Yeah, I like the way the backgrounds do pan around everything. It gives you a sense that you are in a 3D space as opposed to, you know, your regular shooters where it's usually just a scrolling background. Here you're moving around the planet there. Let's not talk about laser wheels. So this is the Dimension Diver. Again, space fish. Oh, and it's got a portal. Of course, it's got a portal. It's smelling its own tail. Those are wheels, they're not laser wheels. How come I can't fire through the portals though? I think that's most unfair. I don't like that, that's charging something. Yep. See, it's good that it at least telegraphs the attacks. That's why those sword type attacks on the previous one weren't too bad, because it clearly telegraphed where you weren't meant to go. Now, as you can see, this gets a lot of the difficulty from things homing in on you, like all the missiles, whereas a lot of cave games don't do that. The things in this come towards you. You can see like there. Right. You have to move out of the way. You can't find a sweet spot, safe spot. Can you emulate MS-DOS games in MAME? You can if in the PC drivers. You can install a 486, a copy of DOS on 486. You can even install Windows 3.1 on it and play some Windows 3.1 games if you want. Although it's a lot of setup because you have to treat it as if it was a real, you know, old DOS machine, which means knowing how everything worked, how to create your boot disks, how to install DOS, how to configure the memory. So it's a lot more difficult than just trying to do it on, say, DOSBox. Faminius. Anyway, I'll probably kill this boss, then we'll move on to another game, because as you can see, I'm not very good at it. Maybe even fail to kill this boss because the timer is running very low. Failed. Did not kill the boss in time. Yeah, a lot of shooters are based on memory moat. I mean, if you want to score, get the maximum chains, you have to know where everything is. You know, for survival, you might be able to survive some of them on, you know, twitch reflexes, but a lot of them, yeah, you have to learn them, you have to memorize them. And yes, the perfect example is laser wheels, which are a little unfair, aren't they, Cal? Anyway, that was G-Darius, and so after starting on a PlayStation-based arcade game, that was a G-Net system, which is a PlayStation-derived arcade hardware. I'm going to look at something on the home systems. So here we go. So this is the Arcade Hits Nichibutsu Crazy Climber. And this was issued by Hamster. Hamster are known these days for doing a lot of the arcade archives thing. Back in the PlayStation 1 era, they weren't so much emulating things, but they were bringing classic games to the PlayStation. And the PlayStation 2 era, they were kind of bootlegging MAME. But we'll not talk about that part. Hey Tila, welcome, and I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. I think this is the first time you dropped by on one of the streams. I've now talked to you a few months ago on Reddit. I hope you're doing well, but good to see you. Attila is the old retro games, a retro gamer site admin. It was a site back in the day, one of the key sites I used to use, Retro Gamer. I think the site's still up actually. Not really active these days, but still there, I believe. I don't know if that's why I said Retro Gamer. And we've got Retro on Lim as well. Hey Retro on Lim, I hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, also yes, hello. I saw you join over actually. Retro Games, yes. Well, Retro Games is the one. My head's all... Retro Games is the site, yes. Sorry, not Retro Gamer. Retro Games. There's all these retro things these days, but anyway, sorry. Anyway, this one, these collections do come with some flyers, which is kind of interesting. That is, I think that's as adult as it gets, but it shows this Bonpa, which is a 78 Nichibutsu game. It shows the Rolling Crush, Rolling Crash 2-in-1. It shows Moon Alien, Moon Raker, Moon Alpha, Moon Tracker, Moon Quasar, and Moon Trek, and then Constella, then Radical Radial, which we do know about, Dacola, which is a strange one to put on here, but it's a fun game. Dynamic Ski, another strange choice. Tube Panic, Section Z, I think. No, what's it? I can't remember what it's called. Then that game, I like that one. I can't remember what it's called, but it's the one where you play as a little Cupid thing. Magmax, Coppo 1, Terra Cresta, Galivan, and Mighty Guy. So it's a strange selection of flyers they give you, and half of them are games that aren't even emulated. No, a lot of those, especially the Moon games, aren't dumped and emulated. Yeah, thank you for joining. Yeah, sorry for getting the site name wrong again. It's been a long time. Anyway, so the focus of this was this contains two games, Crazy Climber and Crazy Climber 85. Both of them presented as if they were real games. I pressed the wrong button, haven't I? Because what have I done? Okay, so it's... Sorry. Right, sorry, I forgot this was a Japanese one, so the PlayStation buttons are swapped around. I press back instead of forward. Right, so Crazy Climber 85. This is what I want to look at, because a lot of people have said, is this an unreleased arcade game? Why is it on this collection? And I did wonder that myself for a while, because it is an updated version of Crazy Climber that is not Crazy Climber 2. And it follows the very basic gameplay of the first one, but with slightly updated graphics. Oh, that's not nice to hear. If you caught the COVID, Attila. Glad you recovered, though. I mean, it's not the vaccinations do seem to be helping people. So yeah, I'm glad you only got it after being vaccinated. Because it was much nastier, I hear, if you've not been. So yeah, most people who have had the vaccination survive, even though it's still meant to be nasty. It tends to be much more survivable. But yeah, as you can see, this is Crazy Climber with updated graphics. And it claims to be from like 84, 85. Whereas the original Crazy Climber was from, what, 81? But I am actually going to say I don't think this was ever a real arcade game, or even a real arcade prototype. And we'll come to why in a bit. Yeah, I'm only using one arm. The button mapping is not very nice. It doesn't use the analog sticks on the PlayStation. It uses the D-pad and then the face buttons for the second joystick. So yeah, I can do it like this if I want to go a bit faster. But it's buttons and it's kind of an awkward control scheme. Yeah, DJ Dance Classic. That's kind of the type of thing we're going for on this stream. It's those arcade-like games that were on the PlayStation. It's so easy to start going in the wrong direction when you try and play it like this too, with both buttons. No, go climb. No. What have you been playing then, Attila? Have you been playing anything interesting? You've been looking at the PlayStation 4 emulation that's been happening lately. I don't know if any games are actually playable on that, but that's quite something to see. But yeah, glad you recovered from it. Hope everybody else is doing well too, and nobody else has been coming down with that nasty thing. So yeah, as you can see, I'm rubbish at Crazy Climber. But we'll persevere with it for a bit. Or at least we'll try. It would be nice to beat the first level. I do like what they've done with the updated graphics here. I can't just say I don't. Shinobi's quite a short game. Short game, isn't it? The audio, yeah, the audio is exactly the same. Same quality. It's just more colourful. Oh dear. Hey Stephen, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you too. So, no, don't climb downwards. But yeah, this is a game that will drive you crazy. Nobody wants you climbing this building either. I mean, look how many people are trying to stop you just minding your own business climbing a building. I'm just going to use one arm again, it's easier. Just slower. But I struggle with Crazy Climber anyway. No. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, this was impressive for the time when the original Crazy Climber came out, having, you know, sample speech and everything, but I think somehow these PlayStation ports have got even worse audio than the arcades. Anyway, that is Crazy Climber 85. I'm going to quickly look. Hold on. oops, quickly look at the collection does include the original Crazy Climber 2, which I'm not going to play much of, but just for the record, you see, this is their port of the original Crazy Climber. It's basically the same thing, just with the more primitive graphics. But you can see that it plays the same. The gameplay is identical, in fact, I would say. But you get the idea. It's Crazy Climber. Now, as I say, I've had people ask me if I think that is a real arcade game that didn't get released. But then I decided to have a look at some of the other Hamster collections on there. Now, this one's not going to come as in the now playing because it's not in the soft list, but this is the Moon Cresta one. Now, interestingly, if you go to the flyer thing in this, it's got exactly the same flyers as the other one, which does not include Moon Cresta, despite it being the Moon Cresta collection. Sorry, did I miss a PlayStation Jesus? Am I being asked to bless somebody again? I've not seen this. Oh yes, there we go. FlackU is wanting the PlayStation Jesus blessing. You may be blessed in the name of the triangle, the circle, the cross, and the square. FlackU. There you go. So this is the Moon Cresta one. Now this includes 2 games. It includes Moon Cresta and it includes SFX. Except it doesn't. Yes, it includes Moon Cresta. I don't know, Smedis. I didn't realise they were inverted. I've never noticed. So the Moon Cresta port to the PlayStation. Thank you, Bob. I thought it was the most appropriate t-shirt for this stream. So this is Moon Cresta. I think you know Moon Cresta. It's got the 3-stage ships, each one with a wider firing, wider shots, which either makes it easier or more difficult to hit things depending on your opinion, but it also makes you a bigger target. You can tell just how rough the sound reproduction was on these PlayStation ports, though. It sounds nothing like as good as it does in MAME. Now, I don't think any of these are emulated, because the PlayStation doesn't really have the power to do proper emulation. Maybe it's running some of the Z80 code, but that'll be about the limit. Anyway, you get the idea. This is Moon Cresta. We'll play until I die. Well, maybe at least until we've done a docking sequence. Here we go. No, unfortunately, there's no option to rotate the screen on these, Mr. Out of Heaven. Number 2 is the best ship. Yeah, it's the best balance. There we go. Right on. Yeah, Soul Crest is coming out soon. I saw the announcement of that. But yeah, this is retro, but it's also on the PlayStation because, say, in Japan, Hamster released these collections on the PlayStation. So if you happen to have a PlayStation back in the day, you could have bought these. They didn't really see release outside of Japan, unfortunately. Some of the Namco ones did, but not these Hamster ones. Oh well, back to big chunky number 3. Hey Puff Cheese Music Channel, welcome, hope you're doing well. And hey Dylan, I got the high score. Oh yes, I did, and then I died because I was reading I got the high score. So yeah, why. Anyway, the reason I put this collection on is not so much to show Moon Cresta, which is a fairly good port. Oh. It's to show the game they call SFX. Yeah, I don't think any of the US games had the TVs turned on the side. We can look at one that did for Japan in a bit, though. Yeah, SFX on here is not the same as the SFX game that Culture Brain did for Nichibutsu in the arcade. I'm pretty sure this is not from back in the day in any sense whatsoever, because they've used the title SFX, which is the name of a Nichibutsu arcade game. But what you actually get here is Moon Cresta with slightly improved graphics and slightly different gameplay. You can move up and down now. This is not in the PS1 soft list, Bob. I had to. This is why it says no, it's not got the soft list thing at the bottom. I had to convert this one manually from the Rebound collection. Quite a few of the soft list entries for the Japanese soft list could do with updating as well. I've noticed some are bad dumps in the soft list, and so there's one other game if we play it where I'm going to have to use a non-soft list image because the soft list image has really broken audio. But yeah, you can see if you played SFX in MAME, it's a horizontal shooter. This isn't SFX, so this to me kind of gives me the impression that Hamster were just making their own game for the second thing on this and just gave it the name of a Nichibutsu game. Because, again, I don't think Nichibutsu would have been releasing Moon Cresta with slightly updated graphics in the arcades. I think this is just something made for this collection. And that's why I also think Crazy Climber 85 on the previous one is probably also just made for this collection. Yeah, SFX is meant to be a horizontal shooter. But this isn't SFX, even though it calls it SFX. So they probably just knew there was a game called SFX. It also makes me wonder about these flyers in the other demo mode. Because since half those games have never been dumped, did they even exist? Again, are we talking some kind of made-up advertising material that's ended up being taken as something real? No. I think the black circles are more to do with the lighting in here, Flack You. Not so obvious off camera. I got the high score here too, but yeah, this is. I mean, it's not the worst thing to be playing, but yeah, this is clearly not originally an arcade game. And there's a third one of these as well, which we'll look at later. But yeah, when I said I was doing PlayStation hardware, I didn't mean I was going to play, you know, all the known games. I just thought I'd pull some obscure things out the hat, and especially with the home system ones. Anyway, you get the idea. I think we've seen enough of that. Yeah, it's just a remix version. I don't think it's based on any kind of proto or bootleg. I think it's just a remix thing they did. Now, we will briefly look at the arcade SFX. This isn't PlayStation hardware. But you see, this is the game that was called SFX. Same sort of title logo. But entirely different game. This is the real SFX. As you can see, it's nothing like the game we just played. But we're not going to spend too long on that. But yeah, I think that is I think the game there is just a fake thing made for the compilation. It's because the real one is that one. Anyway, shall we go back to arcades? Let me just see. I hope I've not missed any chat as well. But maybe one of the fake. Yeah, I think it's telling they haven't put those fake games in the arcade archives, Joe Noto. Right. Let's have a look at one that everybody seems to talk about that's actually kind of awful. Thank you for Minius. I mean, I've done a fair bit for MAME over the years, but not so much these days. I've still been doing stuff, but I've not really had much exciting to share lately. I've spent the last couple of days looking at some Fruit Machine stuff again, actually, because I was sent some MCU Real dumps, MCU Real controller dumps. I was trying to get the system they use working. Not the most exciting thing. Anyway, this is Simpsons Bowling. This did not make it to the home system, surprisingly. Or maybe unsurprisingly, because it's not very good. There are sound emulation issues with this one in MAME. But, so your classic theme, no classic intro though. I mean, it's not got the proper intro like, say, the Konami Simpsons game did. Please wait in an arcade game. That's exactly what you want to see, isn't it? But, yeah. So, gone bowling. He has indeed. Again, it's basically a loading screen. So, standard bowling, normal controls. The inputs don't work very well here, unfortunately. Let's be Bart. Again, it's slow because it's probably loading something in the background. Anyway, Simpsons Bowling. So, it's probably just easy to play it on keyboard. It's meant to be trackball, but I can't get it working with a mouse. There we go. But yeah, I think the characters are meant to have little speech bits of speech that don't work. Yeah, Apu, who we won't be seeing in The Simpsons anymore, I guess, unless they decide to bring him back. Yeah, I didn't do very well there. Oh, oh, strike. There we go. No, not... yeah, I did get split into... Yeah, the game's not very good. The only appeal is the Simpsons characters. And, you know, even that is somewhat limited. Oh, not strike this time. Got a spare, though. I think it can be a bit faster, but the pace of the thing in general is slow. It's got a lot of delays between scenes. You know, it seems to want to load or decompress data as something a lot. It's also meant to use a trackball, and I'm using keyboard, which is definitely not helping. But there we go, another strike. I suppose with more players, there'll be a bit more appeal. There we go, a double. Yeah, Konami put this out to Smedis. It's on the Konami platform that seems to be mostly used by American developers too, which is has a lot of emulation issues. Oh. There's quite a few games in this drive that don't work. Oh look, I got a turkey. Yeah, everybody wanted to emulate this. When it wasn't emulated. A special ball. Oh look, I've got a green nuclear ball. And they all dissolved. And I got another strike. If I was picking a bowling game to play... Oh dear, that's a split. A bowling game to play... I'd probably pick something like the Neo Geo League Bowling, which is really rough to look at, but just plays a really fast game, which is more enjoyable. Or maybe one of the Incredible Technologies ones, because they're proper trackball ones. I don't know. But yeah, you can get strikes just by going from the default position. It's not the deepest gameplay even for a bowling game here. League Bowling's definitely... League Bowling's got that simple but fun appeal to it. This is going to go in the gutter. Oh, I completely messed that one up. A bit like Neo Turf Masters, but without the polish, but still with the fun. I'd say League Bowling was pretty much the bowling equivalent of something like NBA Jam in terms of pace. And obviously, if you've got an original League Bowling multi-cabinet setup as well, which MAME unfortunately doesn't emulate, I don't think the... I think an MCU is done from a prototype, maybe, of one of the link boards, but not a final cartridge. And also, I don't know how the link stuff works. Am I set for Blackpool? Or who's going to Blackpool? In fact, yeah, who is going to Play Expo in Blackpool? Because I should be there. I should be at Play Expo in Blackpool. I mean, it looks like it's going to be a nice event with a bunch of stuff to play. So, anyway, Simpsons Bowling. I'll give it another credit with one of the different other characters, maybe, but it doesn't really play any differently. One player game. Normal controls. So we could play as a Pooh, who gets his bowling ball from a snake. Fairly average character. Again, these long delays are just annoying. You don't want that in an arcade game. Other games using this. Let's Attack Crazy Cross, which I might look at. Deadeye, which doesn't work. Beat the Champ, which doesn't work. One of the Olympic Games. Oh, there we go. Another strike. Yeah, we can have a quick look at... in fact, yeah, let's see. That's... so there's other games on the same board that just don't work. Let's say loading error. So, yeah, there's this one. Oh, flash ROM corrupt. Okay, we need to flash the flash ROM first. There we go. You're getting some jitter on the stream. Anyway, this one, yeah. This look. I guess this must be another American development or something. It doesn't feel very Japanese. It's called Beat the Champ. The attract mode runs... There's not much attract mode. See, that's stay in school thing. You don't see that in many games. Beat the Champ tournament. But let's get back to that screen. That screen. That screen I can't remember seeing in any other game. But yeah, this one, as soon as it tries to load, CD error. And then it sort of go choose sport. You can choose your sport. Choose tournament. And then CD loading error. But you can't get past that. I think it's something to do with the CD audio. Because other games on the system that do load end up with no CD audio. So that's not playable. This one does similar. Deadeye is... No, not that Deadeye. K Deadeye, sorry. Konami Deadeye. This one... Again... It'll get stuck here. It'll do the intro and then it just gets stuck. It doesn't seem to load anything. Then if you bring up the test menu, test menu's broken. I think there's probably a DMA going wrong here rather than it being a graphical emulation issue. Because if you go to the which one is it? That's calibration. If you go to the colours check, that's all off. It's as if something's being transferred incorrectly, so that's not playable. But we'll move to the other one on this hardware. When I can find my mouse again. I think I've got... So this is another game on the hardware, which is Let's Attack Crazy Cross. You stayed in school when they had Manic Miner running on the Spectrum, Neil. Today is International Talk Like a Pirate Day. I can talk like a software pirate. That's just, you know, say, oh, look, leet, hacks, cracks, where's that count? Anyway. Thomas says there's a bowling game for the Odyssey 2 that MAME emulates. We had fun playing that. I've not tried that one yet. I'll have to do an Odyssey 2 stream at some point. And Aussie Guy says Powerful Pro Yaku 96, the baseball game, is another game that's Konami GV, yeah. So this is Let's Attack Crazy Cross. And you'll notice the music doesn't work here either. So I do think there's something up with the CD emulation. Sometimes it works, but I do think there's something up with the CD emulation here, because I'm pretty sure there's meant to be in-game music. And I'm pretty sure the other ones are failing on loading errors because of CD emulation issues rather than, you know, them being bad dumps or anything like that. Obviously, this is an English version of Crazy Cross that just happens to be on PlayStation-based hardware rather than the GX system like most of them. Not quite sure why Konami decided to issue it on this hardware, but they did. So here it is. I think the chat in the stream is frozen again, as it. Well, one of my chats is frozen. Hold on. Oh. Pirates don't give away their secrets, Smedis, I'm afraid. You know, I'm not telling you where the buried treasure is. But yeah, so we're looking at this Konami GV system and the games on it, and I don't really understand why the system exists either, because Konami had other systems that are practically identical. I mean, it's just a very simple PlayStation-based system. It seems kind of redundant. But maybe there's something I'm missing with it. So, I don't know. There we go. But if you've not played Crazy Cross, it's a fairly standard match 3 game. It's not one of the more creative puzzle games, unfortunately. I think Konami could have done better. Also, the backgrounds are really, really annoying. And without music, it's even more dull than it is meant to be. I think I might be about there. R. What be a pirate's favourite letter? Would that be R? Res. Yeah, I think there are lots of games in the series. This Tokyo Memorial series. I mean, this one did have a Japanese release as well, which we can look at briefly. So this is the same game, but the Japanese release of it. X because it marks the treasure. That's also a good one, Bob. So yeah, this is the Japanese version, which is, you know, Susume, Taisen, Puzzle-Dama. It's the same game. I think the most annoying thing on this version is actually the backgrounds. I couldn't tell where the pieces were going because of the animated background. But we don't need to play the Japanese version. But yeah, there is a Japanese version of that. But it was localized as well there. So where next? Let's go for something incredibly bad. A pirate's first love is the sea. Oh dear, Costado. Oh dear. Alright, Retro on them, take care, and I'll see you around, and also see you at Play Blackpool. Play Expo Blackpool. Which is next month. Towards the end of next month. So this one. If anybody remembers, last year there was a complete dump for a game called Master's Fury turned up. Master's Fury was a game done for the arcades by Unico, or at least published by Unico. The arcade version is kind of uncommon, and the assets ended up being used for this game on the PlayStation, which was called Master's Fighter. And when I say the assets were used, I don't mean that in a good sense at all. Now, apparently Cinema Supply did this. I don't really know anything about Cinema Supply, but, you know, there you go, Cinema Supply. What option did I select? I think I've selected training as 2-player. No, I've selected 2-player. I don't want to select 2-player. Never mind, let's try again. Hey SB, hope you're doing well. Right. Why can I only select 2-player modes? Okay, what am I doing wrong here? Hold on. Sorry, I played this earlier and it worked, and now I'm struggling with it. Japanese or English? Story mode. Right. Okay. So, yeah, this is the game. Now, you can recognise the characters, but look how ugly they've made them. I don't know how they've made the characters look like they've been captured off some kind of TV. The backgrounds aren't too bad. The backgrounds kind of look like the backgrounds did. But these character graphics are just atrocious. And it plays really, really badly. Really slow. I mean, the Master's Fury is not a good game. But this is one of the worst fighting games on the PlayStation. Now, some of the characters were changed as well. They were reworked, changed, renamed. But yeah, it is the same game, kind of. Yeah, if you can pull off any moves in this, you're lucky. It's so unresponsive. Well, I can make terrible fighters look good by being just as bad at them as I am at good fighters. I mean, it's got a CD audio soundtrack by the sounds of it, so there's that. But yeah, I'd say I really don't know how they managed to make such a mess of the sprites. It's like they're half resolution, and they've got hardly any frames of animation compared to the original game, and the pace is so much slower. Oh, look at that going straight through. Round 2 fight.
You win.
I win. I win the chance to play on another stage. My kung fu is invincible.
Round 1. Fight.
Again, all the row scrolling and everything else has gone off the floor. Still got the Game Tech ban up there. I think Game Tech might have been the developer. At least the developer of the arcade version. Unico would have been the publisher. But Game Tech features a lot in the credits and backgrounds. But yeah, the PlayStation could definitely have done a better job. And the AI on this as well is almost non-existent compared to the arcade. The arcade beats me every time. This one, look, I can just put the...
You win. Round 2. Fight.
No, this, I don't think. I think this is the official port of Master's Fury, just renamed. I don't think they love the game. It's not like they stole the graphics. I think they actually officially licensed it and released this. I mean, I can put the original on after this if you want. It's not PlayStation, however, but just for comparison's sake. Yeah, the music's probably the only good part, SB.
You win.
Yeah, the Master would have been furious. Strength alone will not promise you victory.
Round 1. Fight.
Looks like it's been reduced to like 4 colours. I've not managed to pull off a single special move yet. They just are so unresponsive. There's an official GBA port of Tang Tang. I was not aware of that, Smithis. I'll have to add that to my list to try to see if it works in MAME. I like obscure ports like that. So, I would say this game has a long way to go before it's good. Oh, I didn't move without trying. I think this was actually licensed, yes, Cow. Or, you know, somebody bought all the assets off Unico.
Round 2. Fight.
But, yeah, somebody felt it fit to release this game. I'm sure there are worse games on the PlayStation, but it's not gonna sell consoles. Yes, a long way to go.
You win.
Yeah, every character is inspired by some other character from some other game. There's basically nothing that's really original in this. Hey, weird Zod.
Round 1. Fight.
At least they've got animation. I heart IS. Aren't they? Okay, so yeah, just for reference, I'm not going to play it because this is the PlayStation stream. The arcade version of that looked like this when it was emulated last year. But you can recognise the background, you can kind of recognise the sprites, but look how many more layers of parallax there are, layers of scrolling, background layers. Look how the animation is actually smooth. The game moves quickly. It's got life bars on the bottom, which is terrible, but and also the AI is kind of better than me. But you can see it's the same game. And there's more animation in the background here. You see the fish moving in the pool, the leaves that are falling down. All that was gone on the PlayStation version. Everything was stripped out. Yeah, it's still a terrible game, Stephen, but this is obviously much, much better than the PlayStation thing we just saw. Somehow it's worse than the original Dragon Master though, which Unico did before this. But yeah, we're not going to play that. I just wanted to put that on for comparison's sake. Yeah, life bars at the bottom is kind of awkward. Anyway, yeah, I guess we're going to go to an arcade game now. Let's go with that one. Let's go with a game by Gaps. Get across all gaps about. I'm sure they could have done something about it though, Puff Cheese. There are far better looking fighting games on the PlayStation. I'm not surprised it was Sinner Supply's only game. It's terrible. So, Flame Gunner by Gaps.
Mission start.
So this is an odd one. This has you walking around in sort of Resident Evil style backgrounds, but shooting things. Like more of a shoot 'em up, action inspired, not slow paced. Not as slow paced to say Resident Evil, and it scrolls. Now I think the backgrounds are all pre-rendered still, but there's just sort of also stored a bit like video, so they animate at times. It's not the only game to sort of try and do something like this. Taito, I think, had, was it Chaos Heat that's sort of similar? Might have to have a look at that later. That's also PlayStation. Destroy the rocks. Yeah, if you're in the laser sights, obviously you get hit if you stay there. I'm trying to destroy the box while also not getting shot. Pardon me. There's another game by Gaps that I might have a look at shortly as well, actually. Doesn't work yet, unfortunately, but the ROMs were recently redumped for it. Die Hard's more of a beat 'em up, although Die Hard does have weapons. This is entirely weapon based. I think Die Hard's probably the better game, SB. Die Hard has proper 3D environments, whereas this is kind of fake 3D environments. Primal Rage 2 is on PlayStation 1 hardware and it's out of heaven. We looked at that the other week. I have to use HB MAME if I want to play that though, because it doesn't work in regular MAME. Cannon Spike-ish. I've not really played much Cannon Spike. A bit like the Contra 3D stages. Possibly. Possibly messed right. You can't seem to walk anywhere in this one. Because you're firing up at the building this time. So I'm on the ground. I can't see the ground at the moment. That's why I can't seem to walk anywhere. The way it aims is kind of awkward. It auto-aims when you're not holding down fire. And then you hold down fire to actually confirm where you want to be shooting. This is a bit like a Shinobi bonus round, isn't it? With the, with the shurikens being thrown at you, but in this case, you're firing up at a building.
Time up. Complete.
Yeah, Shinobi. Very Shinobi like that stage. It is said alleged that Aeon developed Flame Gunner for Gaps. It's the first time I've heard that, but it is entirely possible. I found it interesting to read that Psychic 5 was likely done by the Bombjack developers.
Mission start.
Which makes sense when you actually try and compare the two games. So that is for another stream. Do you have a grenade as well type thing yet? That I just used there. Yes, I would like to actually shoot at things. Oh dear. It really needs a roll button. It's got this move button, but it could do with a roll button, I think. Something to speed up the action a little bit.
Time up. Failure.
Oh dear. What was I meant to be doing? Dancing Eyes I think we played a bit recently, Cow. Yeah, there's a mix of ideas in this.
Start.
Now I'm on a different level entirely. Reached the exit apparently. Currently on a lift. Now this could have been in the elevator stream. I didn't know this had an elevator in it. Sometimes you can't aim easily. That was I knew where I wanted to go, but just couldn't aim at that enemy. It would really benefit from having a separate aiming ship, aiming like a dial or something like that to aim with, which unfortunately doesn't have. Oh. Should be getting an alert in a second. Let's see it in the chat. If the alert doesn't come through because of some problem with Streamlabs, I will just say thank you to Neil for the £5 donation. Everything that helps towards keeping these streams going and making sure I've got a little bit to spend on things if they come up, the odd plug and play or anything else that I need to put money towards. How are things in Argentina, Fermentius, even? Yeah, I don't know where my alert is. My alerts are still on there, but for some reason they're not playing. It should play, but stream. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. Streamlabs has detected it, but it's not playing the alert. I don't know. Hold on. Alert box. I think this is just Streamlabs being broken. We've got the message, just no speech. Oh, I don't know. Anyway, thank you, Neil. For some reason, it's not playing the sound effect, but much appreciated. I don't know where my sound is. It's meant to... It's probably Streamlabs having issues. I think it plays the sound from my web server, unless my web server's having issues. Destroy all the cable boxes. Is this turned into Must Shoot TV again? Yeah, I'm trying to aim at them and failing, unfortunately. Can I just use the gun? Anyway. Oh, I'm going to run out of time again. Anyway, you get the idea. Flame gunner, it's alright. It's just a bit difficult to aim at things sometimes. But let me try once more telling Streamlabs to replay that alert. Yeah, the sound's just not playing, is it? Oh dear, something to look at another time. Something to look at another time. But I'll pretend it's there. Coin detected in pocket. There you go. There you go. So we've done an arcade game. Shall we go to a PlayStation game again? And what should we do? What should we play on the PlayStation? I know what I'm going to play. Ridge Racer Type 4. Yeah, that's a good one, Neil. That's a good one. So this is Puyo Box, which is obviously a PlayStation version of... It contains the two original games, probably not emulated, but they're similar. But it also has this Puyo Box mode. Now I can select up to 30 opponents, so I'll do that. There we go. I've got a trail of 30 opponents. And it allows you to mix the game mode, so I can select Sun mode, which now has sort of some features from Puyo's Sun. So if you ever play something like, you know, Hyper Street Fighter, that kind of is similar. Unfortunately, the sound effects in this are really rough compared to the original game. The music's not bad though. What am I doing? There we go, get this. Obviously this is a classic game. One of the puzzle games that really made people rethink how they were making puzzle games. And many copied it. Yeah, I'm not too bad at getting chains. if I'm concentrating. But I do like the way this mixes mechanics from the different games. It's sort of an ultimate mix of the original Puyo type games. And obviously in this form it wasn't in the arcade. And that's kind of what I've been doing with these. I've been trying to look at things that were on the PlayStation that have connections to arcades but aren't just the arcade games. That's not what I wanted to do. Please excuse me while I complete this. Everybody knows the basic game. But I wasn't aware of this version on the PlayStation until I was researching for the stream, so I find it kind of interesting. That's the thing, there's always something to discover that you've not discovered before. Even if you know a series or you think you know a series, you'll look around and you go, oh, that was released there, was it? I mean, there's Puyo Puyo 4 on the PlayStation as well, and I thought that was a Dreamcast exclusive. PlayStation, the original PlayStation in Japan had a huge library of games you might not even expect. Magic Jewelry on the NES is your favourite game like this. That's not one I played, but I might have to have a look at it. I know the SNES had Kirby's Avalanche, which was just a reskin of this. Well, the original game. Probably move on fairly soon because they're not the most thrilling to watch on stream, are they? And I lose. What do the Suns do? I can't remember. on the Saturn version, the Sun version, it does actually do a beam up. I can't remember exactly what they do, Bob. Which is the honest answer to that. I used to know, but I couldn't tell you for sure anymore. I think they affect the how pieces drop on you or something, but anyway. No, that's my complete lack of knowledge on that one. You'll be back with a list of graphically impressive PS1 games. But the point of this stream isn't graphically impressive games. The point of the stream is games that might not have been talked about too much, or might not be known about. Right, so we'll go with an arcade fighter now. We'll go with a Plasma Sword, which I believe was also known as Star Gladiator 2. Yeah, I think that's pretty fast for level 1 because it's meant to be an expert mode Puff G's music channel. So Capcom presents. Yeah, there we go. Star Gladiator Episode 2.
1 year has passed since the battle with the Fourth Empire. A new level of peace and harmony has spread throughout the world. However, that battle was only a prelude. Now, the war begins.
I think Time Crisis is a bit too well known for Minius. I'm trying to look at lesser known games in terms of the PlayStation ones. Anyway, Plasma Sword. Yeah. Let's just do some 3D fighting. I can be Saturn. Let's be Saturn. That doesn't look like a Sega Saturn. Well, that's a good start. I appear to have yo-yo hands. That's alright. I don't mind yo-yo hands. Graphically horrifying. Harmful Park I've played before. That's a good game. I don't think this is one of Capcom's most popular games. Are we saying Bubsy 3D is graphically horrifying, or are you saying this? I'm the one being speed sentenced by the Japanese schoolgirl Bob. I'm Saturn. Battle ability 0 points. That sounds about right. Let's not be Saturn on PlayStation hardware. Prince looks a lot like Saturn wearing something. Let's be Eagle, because why not? Look, put your ring thrower away, it's dangerous. That's more like it. I don't know what I did, but... Not that again. Alright, good night, Stephen. Thank you for joining. Ray Tracers that's another shoot. No, Ray Tracers is a racing game, isn't it, Neil? Unfortunately, I only have a small selection of PlayStation games on here. I won! Hey John, am I MU Jesus? I don't know what I'm doing in this game. Apparently this is not a game that rewards button mashing. But yeah, graphically I think this is pretty impressive. The backgrounds are kind of simple, rather than like having any detail 3D to them. They're just plain, no 3D objects in them. But the actual model works well for the main characters, I would say. No, not ring throw. Don't no. Oh. I don't think this is... I mean, MAME, I think MAME emulates the texture wobbling on PlayStation, so I think this is just using clever tricks to avoid it. You can put up some PlayStation games and look absolutely horrifying. I pretend I knew what I was doing then. I really didn't. Anyway, this is not going too well. Oh, hey the ogre, welcome. Are you off, Bob, or is somebody else off? Yeah, I mean, texture warping is just one of those PlayStation oddities, isn't it? Most games are known for it. Clever programming could hide some of it, but it's kind of what the hardware's infamous for. Didn't know what I was doing, but apparently I did good. Oh, the ogre said he's not able to stick around. Oh yeah, okay, you're on a break at work. Alright, no problem, the ogre. I mean, the timestamps are always appreciated, and lately I've been posting them in the description after you post them too, so they add them to the chapters. So they're even more important these days, because YouTube allows that. So always thanks for doing those. Anyway, so yeah, this is a pretty good looking game. I don't think it's one of Capcom's more popular ones, but I've never thought it's terrible. I've just never been very good at it, nor really know what I'm doing. I just like seeing all the effects and everything. I think they should have done a proper... I mean, they did Technomancer, which is like a 3D Cyberbots, but it's never quite felt like Cyberbots. But a proper 3D Cyberbots would have been good. So we're 1 hour 40 minutes into the stream. We've covered a lot of rather bad things. Oh dear. I would actually like to get hit in. Alright, I failed to get hit in. But there you go. I got some battle points. I got 1, 2, 3, 0, 1. I will just put some hearts in. That's better. Some hearts for the other half if she's still watching. Ray Crisis was PlayStation hardware, and we will probably look at Ray Crisis or Ray Store, Ray Crisis, either of them. Maybe both of them in a bit. In fact, yeah, let's stick with arcade and actually have a look at Ray Crisis. You got the SSD for PS5. My brother's got the PS5. He's been playing that Deathloop game, I think. I've not actually watched much of it yet, though. There was a cow with a big brain. I don't know. Did I miss the cow with a big brain?
Non-human violence organisation which joined forces with human clones. Wave Rider. Cybernetics Link.
So this is another GNet game. We looked at G-Darius earlier, which was on GNet. So this is also GNet. A little bit loud, actually.
Ray Crisis.
Now, apparently this game does have a bug in MAME where it will reset when the last boss does a certain attack, which is a kind of strange bug to have, but I think it happens on both sets. I don't know if it's been confirmed on both sets. I think it's only been confirmed on the parent set, but I don't know. It doesn't seem like it's something that will be... Unless it's a bad dump, but it seems like something that should happen on both sets. Obviously this is an entry in sort of the Ray series, which had Ray Force and the gun lock and that lot. And it's all about locking onto things and then using the secondary attack to attack them. I think this... Was this the final arcade entry or were the ones on newer hardware? I know it's the final one that's been emulated. There's nothing newer being emulated in the series. The earlier games were on Taito F3 hardware. But, you know, this is a pretty good looking game. Look at all these clouds. Look at what's going on, the lighting between them. They've done some really impressive background work here. Yeah, G-Darius has working music. I played it earlier. The only current issue I know of in terms of music on the GNet games, or sound on the GNet games, I think is that one column where the sound is now really corrupt after the sound stream update for some reason. I don't think I've ever looked into fixing that or why it broke. Otherwise, it's pretty good. Yeah, music was definitely working on G-Darius when I played it. It takes a little while to kick in, maybe that's what's confusing you. The music doesn't kick in until maybe 30 seconds into the stage, but that's just by design. I mean, I say I played G-Darius, I continued many times and credit fed in a way that may not count as playing. Yeah, the presentation is very stylish, with the HUD acting as a bit of a border rather than just being an overlay. It's got a different look to a lot of shooters. And I crashed into a missile. That was clever. Just get rid of him. I'm getting worse at these patterns. You don't like the massive lock-on graphic? It serves a purpose though, at least. Yeah, the Zoom stuff does sound really good, John. I'm impressed by it too. You like Rayforce's graphics more? Yeah, there are times when I think Rayforce does look better. In terms of style, this has got more that simulation look going on. You know, the grid over things and everything else, which may not be to everybody's taste. But you know, in terms of the quality of the work done here, you can't really say anything bad about it. It's really impressive for a PlayStation. Well, I'm trying to shoot the parrots. It is an on-rails shooter, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. And there's really good use of stereo on these G-Net tunes too. I'm assuming the hardware does output stereo. A lot of arcade hardware doesn't. One thing that's been said about some of the Capcom games, the CPS1 games, I think is it Forgotten World has really good stereo audio, but the actual PCB doesn't output stereo, so unless you incorrectly set it to stereo, that is sort of lost. You love laser wheels, really, Cal. Somebody did message me the other day about getting the Neurododon patchy game dumped. I did tell them just to contact Sean Riddle because we can dump flash ROMs. So I don't know if anything's going to come of that. My skills of not looking at the screen. Sorry. Now, let's just ignore what's going on now. I've lost any kind of rhythm I might have had completely. I do like the way it pans around the enemies as well. It gives you a sense that they're real, and you know they have multiple different weak points, and very good. It's kind of what I think they were going for. Atari were going for with the Empire Strikes Back Star Wars game, but didn't manage to do it because the vector hardware was too weak. But being able to, yeah, my skills are gone completely. You always forget about Forgotten Worlds. Do you also lose Forgotten Worlds? Because it was called Lost Worlds in Japan. Yeah. Anyway, I think we've seen enough of Ray Crisis. It's a pretty good game on G-Net hardware, and has some really nice sound now that the sound is emulated. Right, I said I was going to look at the other Nichibutsu Hamster collection from back in the day, and so I'll do that. Now, the software list image in this case is hacked, so you have to run it on the USA driver. Yeah, again, the software list images really need replacing with proper dumps now that there's the proper ones in the VER.B collection, but hence the logo there being rather different. Now, this one is the Frisky Tom collection. And again, it contains what is probably a fake update to the game. Now, Frisky Tom is known for its adult content. I think this must be the censored version. But this has a game called Tom's Strike Back. Yeah, I'm not sure about the grammar there. This is before Hamster was borrowing MAME code. Yes, Bob. This is the PlayStation 1 stuff, which I don't think relies on emulation. I think they're just ports. So Tom's Strike Back. Again, it's like the Crazy Climb update. It's graphically updated, although this time the gameplay has changed too. You have to rotate the pieces. So you go like that. And I've never completed the first stage on this. Not even once. I think these things were relatively cheap back in the day. I mean, Japan did have a lot of budget PlayStation games. I hate the way the cats dive on you in Frisky Tom. Or the mice even. Because they just do it so quickly and you almost get no warning of when it's going to happen. It makes a sound and then they dived on you. Like that. Yeah, Frisky Tom was developed by Jordan for Nichibutsu, as you guys says. Rota Sasuke. I don't know what that is, Big Winner. What type of game's that one? Yeah, it basically forces you to restart the stage as well. So maybe it's not surprising I've not completed the stage. Oh. Yeah, I think maybe it's meant to be hard, but I seriously can't even complete the first level of this thing. Yeah, you've got to connect the pipes, then wait for the water to empty, and also repair them when the enemies break them again. But again, if you wanted a sort of mixed up reworking of a classic arcade theme, then yeah, this is one of those. It does play differently. You could argue it plays worse, but it's just interesting to see what was done with it. But yeah, it's not easy. Then again, I'm really bad at the original Frisky Tom, so it really shouldn't surprise me that I can't play this version either. I don't know. They've not blown a hole in the tank either yet to actually let the water out. That's what the bomb is for. Oh dear me. I think the music's just annoying. So I don't know what controls the fuse being lit either. Because obviously if the fuse isn't lit, the water never starts flowing, which is a problem. Alright, I'll note that one down for a future stream, Big Minute. It's not one I have on the PC at the moment. So, I'm noting that one down. I think we've seen enough of the Frisky Tom update. I'm going to put the original game on in the compilation just for reference. But again, I don't think that was ever really an arcade. I think that's just something Hamster created for the purpose of these compilations. It's just made to look like it could have been an arcade with a, you know, a fake date, slightly newer than the original game. Here we go. So this is original from 81, rank C. Not as difficult. But you see, this one has the water flowing from the start, and the mice destroy the pipework if given the chance. Also, I think in this one you're meant to stop this one, the bomb blowing up is a bad thing, I think. So the mice don't even seem to be breaking the pipework. There we go. You see, the mice have broken the pipework. So in this one, you pick up the bits of pipe, and then you take them back up here, where they're meant to go, and you repair the pipe. So you can see the reworked version has significantly different gameplay. And if the timer at the bottom doesn't get to 0, oh, I let the thing blow up. Yeah. If it doesn't fill up so it's 0 on the thing in the bottom right corner, you fail the stage 2. But yeah, the original plays quite differently to the remake. Yeah, the Sharp X68000 plays really well in MAME for Minius. There were some good improvements to it recently. I've done quite a few of the games on stream where Carl's been improving them. But yeah, okay, let's have a look at an arcade game. Now this is Otenami Haiken Final, another G-Net game. We will be doing things other than G-Net, but I wanted to express my disappointment with something in this one. Now this one's on Taito G-Net hardware. And it's a collection of mini games, including Uno. But the one of note is Zookeeper. Now, anybody familiar with Taito's history know Taito have a really good game called Zookeeper. It's one of their classic arcade games. You're sort of running around an enclosure trying to keep the animals in. And I thought this was going to be an updated version of Zookeeper, that Taito game, because it's on Taito hardware for the G-Net system. It is not. It is Bejeweled. So you can kind of imagine my disappointment when I was expecting a good update to a classic Taito arcade game, and then just found out it was Bejeweled, which is, you know, not the most thrilling game in the world, if we're honest. And it's not bad, but, you know, it's just not amazing. There we go. There we go. Level up. Yeah, I guess for some reason this is now what people think of when you say Zookeeper, not the Taito Classic. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. It's a perfectly good implementation of Bejeweled. But I just was hoping it was an actual update of, you know, the classic Zookeeper, and it wasn't. It is, you know, it's not the game I was hoping it would be. This was also released as a standalone on GNet hardware, just as Zoo. Which again is another reason I thought this would be a different game, because this was also called Zoo, just Zoo. So why is it called Zookeeper here and Zoo in the other compilations? Nope, yeah, I know. There we go. I don't know where you've seen this animal version before. Maybe on the DS, as Neo mentions, Bob? You used to have this on your DS, did you, Evie? I did not know that. I don't even remember you having a DS. I guess that was before I knew you. But yeah, I think most people know this as Bejeweled. At least, you know, I wasn't aware that it was called Zookeeper, because I always think of something else when people say Zookeeper. And the other game called Zookeeper makes more sense to be called Zookeeper because you're keeping animals enclosed in cages. This one you're just matching them. There's plenty of options. I've not matched any pandas. Don't think there are any pandas to match though. Oh well. Unfortunately, it doesn't really do much. It's just this. It's decent enough implementation, but oh, and I'm running out of time. Even shows you where the ones you could have matched were at the end. But yeah, there are other games in the compilation like Uno and some Japanese other card games, Mahjong type things. But yeah, that's just one of the ones I wanted to look at in there. Because some of these GNet compilations do have interesting things and may otherwise get overlooked. Anyway, let's have a look at this one. This one is still marked as not working in MAME because it likes to randomly lock up. In fact, Just in case, let's record an input file and hope it plays back. You probably still have it somewhere. Zoos do not keep cows. Farms keep cows. Cow. So this is Strider 2. I've never really liked this one. I love the original Strider. I don't think this is great. But yeah, it loves to lock up in MAME, unpredictably. Sometimes you can play an entire run through and not have a problem. And other times it'll lock up in the first level. Not sure why. Just happens. So let's see where we get. Let's go with the first mission. Take out the terrorists who are occupying the city. And the first thing you notice is it's not a solid 60 frames a second. It's notably half frame rate. I don't like in a Strider game. Strider had such lovely smooth animation, and this doesn't. And this is more standard for a PlayStation game. I think this just gets a better reputation because it's not as bad as you know, the Strider 2 game for the Mega Drive and other home computers. I don't think it's a good game in its own right, unfortunately. Give a couple of bites now. But yeah, we do get people quite often saying we should promote this to working because it works. And then you get other people who go, yeah, we tested it again and it still crashed. So it's got that whole 2.5D platformer going on, a bit like, you know, Pandemonium and the like. But I don't really think it effectively uses it either. I'd prefer to play like Osman Cannon Dancer if I want a Strider sequel that's not really a Strider sequel. Visually, yeah, I like the special effects on the weapon here. It doesn't feel enough like a Strider game to me. Yeah, it did come with the Strider 1 on the second disc, didn't it, on the PlayStation? Which is the better game. So, I mean, it's not a bad game, it's just not a patch on the original. Same for that newer one on the PlayStation 3. Again, it's okay, there's nothing technically wrong with it, I just didn't enjoy it that much. So I don't like the sound design in this as much either. It's not having nice cue sound effects, but yeah, it feels... I mean, the original was quite on rails, but this feels more on rails to me. I don't know. Then say that was just a transition there. Didn't feel like it needed a transition. It should have been able to somehow smoothly move into the next area. Then it's doing these boss previews. It's like, what? feels kind of bland. I mean, the original by this point had got you, already put you through a beautiful snowy stage, and you've got jungle stages, you've got all the airships, and everything felt distinct. Here it's just... no sense of where I am. I thought that, I didn't really even realise this was a platform. If the original Stride didn't exist, I think this is a perfectly good arcade platformer. But the original Strider has spoiled us. I'd be surprised if Donpachi was the only PS game by Atlas, but maybe the only one by Cavers, I don't know. Well, I mean, I maybe wanted to play it to see if I can get it to lock up. Unfortunately, it's not locked up on me yet. Unless the lockup is finally fixed, but I'd have to play it a lot more to find that out, and I really want to. Oh dear. Strider rank E. Never mind. The PS1 version has a secret level. You see, that felt like it'd gone through about 5 levels, but it was 1 level. It was just disjointed. See, now we have an icy level, but it's still not as impressive as the icy level on the first game. And that's the problem. Everything it does was just done better in the first game. Obviously the climbing looks quite nice, the way it climbs around 3D objects, but again, it's gone to a cutscene, out of cutscene. Just for that? Did it really need a cutscene thing? The big red arrows do suck as well, telling you exactly where you need to go at the whole time. You would have thought by now to stop doing them. You know, I've been playing a while. This is clearly Strider 1. Oh. Forgotten World coins. Oh, more big red arrows. Oh, look, okay, run down the mountain scene. That was cool when they did it in Strider 1, but they did it in Strider 1. And it was better there. Because here it cut straight to a cutscene, which, you know, ruined the flow of it. There's terrible hockey players. And a woolly mammoth. Yeah, okay, it didn't crash. I thought it might crash on us, but it didn't crash. Might have to play it a little bit more and see if I can crash it still. But apparently today, I can't crash it. Yeah, most things are better than the Sega Genesis Strider 2, Mr. After Heaven. I think that's why this one was better received, because that Strider 2 that was done by Tier Text and the like, and yeah, that's bad. Those who know the game on the Genesis will call it by the Strider Returns title, as to not acknowledge it as part of the series. It is that bad. Say, for a better Strider sequel experience, play Osman. It was the same development, same designer behind it, just on Mitchell hardware instead. But yeah, Strider 2, Strider Returns on the Genesis is bad. But Osman on the arcade is good. So unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, I didn't manage to crash that one. That was Strider 2. And what I'm sure still crashes in the intro is a bloody Raw 2. Moondiver? What's that? What's Moondiver on res? So this one, I think, still locks up during the FMV, if you leave it. Has it been fixed? Nope. That is one of the strangest main bugs. If you let the intro play in bloody Raw 2, it just locks up. Does nothing. Beyond that, the game does... I say there are a lot of issues with the main PlayStation emulation still, really. If you look hard enough, you can find a lot of flaws. If you don't play the intro, this one does play. Let's play as Rabbit.
The insect.
Low res Rob Zombie music video. It did look like that, didn't it? Right, Rabbit. Obviously the gimmick in this one is that you can transform into your animal form. Hence why the original was called Beasterizer. But yeah, I don't know why that intro locks up, and nobody's ever fixed it. It's been like that for as long as the game's emulated in MAME, so it's probably coming on 20 years now. But at the time somebody said it was because it was a bad dump, but then I think it's been redumped since, and it still does it, so... I did not play this on my Easter stream, no. It is one maybe to consider for a future Easter stream. With bunny girl Alice here, who looked rather uncomfortable in that pose. Rabbit versus mole. Was it one with a fake widescreen mode, Mr. After Heaven? It wouldn't surprise me. Quite a few PlayStation games did, didn't they? It was coming up to that era when people did start to have widescreen TVs. I mean, there's the odd later Mega Drive game that did. And 32X, I think, was it 32X Virtua Fighter offers a widescreen mode? Oh dear. I've never played the home version, Neil. I'd imagine it's going to be a close port, though. Maybe some sound differences, musical differences due to memory constraints. But, I mean, it's. I think this one's on a fairly regular PlayStation setup otherwise. Hey Joe, good evening. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, this one runs well.
The Rabbit. Susume, the chameleon.
So we are 2 hours 20 into the, but it should be a 3-hour stream. I'll probably look at some more home games in a bit. I may even look at Bubsy 3D at some point. I'm not sure why, but comedian goes invisible, of course, because comedian. Yeah, Bloody Roar 3 is on PlayStation 2 hardware, which MAME unfortunately doesn't run yet.
The Rabbit. The Bird.
Yeah, you can still see the shadow when he's invisible. That is how you know where he is, which is kind of useful. Poor Jenny. That woman didn't stand a chance. Wolf guy. I don't know what his name is. I think he's the one of the main protagonists, isn't he? The default character. Hence roaring. I don't know. Am I thinking of somebody else? Anyway, I will let this character beat me. Yeah, I am being button mashing my way to victory. This does appear to be one of those games where you can just button mash your way through half the game. So I will just stop mashing any buttons and let it beat me. Hogs of War is interesting. It's a good game, big winner. It's probably a bit slow paced to play on stream though. It's basically Worms in 3D. Also, I don't have it on the PC at the moment, so I can't play it next. I could play it on a future stream maybe. But yeah, Hogs of War is a very good one. It was one of my favourites back in the day. This computer is not very good at beating me up even when I'm not doing anything. I think the European version of Hogs of War might be a copy-protected one too, so I'd have to make sure I use the American disc. Although maybe it's not, I can't remember. I seem to remember something about it. Yeah, Hogs of War, if I do another PlayStation stream or just another stream where I play home games, I'll probably play Hogs of War because it is a good one. But I'm not set up to play it right now. I basically have just a selection of PlayStation games I was considering doing for this stream copied over to the PC at the moment. But there you go. Raizing. I'm sure it will lock up if I leave the intro playing again. Let's just find out. But there you go, you see, the intro always locks up. Don't know why. Don't know why. But it's one of those where if you see it on a multi-game arcade cabinet, you can lock up the arcade cabinet if it doesn't offer an easy way out. Or an obvious way out. Right, where next? Where next? Where next? Actually... let's have a look at another G-Net game, I think. I need to do Power Shovel for the next PlayStation stream. Yeah, that's one there. There's an arcade version as well, isn't there? On a different system. I've not got it at the moment, but yeah, I might have to look at Power Shovel at some point. So, yeah. RC to Go, or Go by RC, as it's also known, is a racing game with mini radio-controlled cars. Let's credit it up.
Please input your name.
Let's not.
Mode select. Normal.
Normal.
Stage select. On-road. Level select. Normal. Machine select. Round 3. The kitchen is mounting with the sound of the motors breaking.
Yeah, this has an arcade version, but the arcade version seems more primitive than the home version, which I'll talk about in a minute. Unless it's an emulation bug.
It's still early in the race. You still got time to turn things around.
Oh dear, I'm doing quite badly here. Now in this one, to get your speed up, you have to press brake then forward rather than the triggers like I could do on the PlayStation version. And it says attack rather than rival over the cars. Yes, it said final lap. Oh dear. Don't think that's good.
Try again. Don't give up.
I am giving up. I'm going to continue from the first track, not the...
Never give up.
I'm giving up.
Total result.
Yes, small brass birches are famously just like brick walls.
Game
over.
over.
Yeah, well, it's radio controlled cars, Aussie guys, so it's going to have some similarities.
Mode select.
Normal.
Stage select. On road. Level select.
Let's go beginner.
Machine select.
Now, what I wanted to point out, I think I've pointed this out on stream before, but I do want to point it out again.
First, you've got to race to the park. Try to complete the course within the time limit. 3, 2, 1, go! It's still early in the race.
But notice the priorities. Look at my car. It appears to be in front of the barriers. And that is always the case in this arcade version. Look, I should be behind the barriers, but I'm being rendered as if I'm in front of the barriers. There's no sense of priority on things. Your car is always in front of the scenery. And that is really odd. Seems to be frame skipping a bit here. Not sure why. Might be just only running at 100% speed and stream might be sending it over the edge. There we go. Maybe, but we'll have a look at the PlayStation version in a bit. Johnny. I don't know, this version was high resolution, the PlayStation version, which might have something to do with it. Maybe it's a technical issue. I've not found any original footage of the arcade version though, so I can't confirm if it happens on the actual G-Net board. Now the priority against the cone is fine there. Not enough time. Oh, just enough time. I don't know if it's a priority issue or a game bug or an emulation. But it's strange. I can upgrade. Anyway, you get the idea. That is Go by RC, RCD Go in the arcades. But I am going to put the PlayStation version on. I seem to recall this is quite a loud one, so let's dip the volume a little bit. It did sound like the Street Fighter 3 announcer, didn't it? I don't know if it's the same, actually the same person. Now I noticed the Acclaim logo here is a bit broken. If we're just pointing out video emulation bugs in MAME's PlayStation emulation, yeah, that logo is a bit broken. Other than that, it's fine. Oh yeah, this video is broken too. Not much. I think you just lose your coin cow.
Please input your name. Stage select. On road. Level select. Beginner. Machine select. Round 1. First, you got.
See, it's the same course.
Try to complete the course within the time limit.
The controls are different.
2, 1.
This just has an accelerator, and you do that to speed up.
Still early in the race.
But if we look, you see the priorities are correct in this version. You are correctly rendered behind the objects. So I don't know why the arcade version renders you in front of the scenery when the PlayStation version doesn't. I mean, both run on PlayStation hardware and presumably going to be based on the same code at some level. So maybe the effect doesn't work in high resolution, or maybe they changed it between the versions. I'm not really sure. I don't know which version came first. Obviously, they did make changes to how it plays. You're no longer getting the drift points or anything like that. So it's kind of a different game, but it's the same game. It doesn't do anything, no, Cal. But in the sense the priorities are correct in this, it feels more polished. But I can't find any footage of the GNet version to confirm the priorities are actually correct or broken on original hardware. Plus it's the kind of thing you need a good quality video for where you can actually look in detail to make sure, or have the cars driving in a place where you can easily tell. I don't have it on the PC at the moment for minis. The arcade version has an RC style controller, yeah. That's correct, Joe.
The kitchen is mounting, but the sound of the motors breaks the silence. 3, 2, 1, go!
Anyway, we'll probably quit this in a minute and have a look at some other games. Oh, we did. just. Hey! I hope quarantine is alright for you, Wolfaz. Sorry to hear you're in quarantine. It's never a good place to be. But I hope you're doing well. I hope you're well as can be if you're in quarantine. Anyway, that was the PlayStation version, just for comparison. Now, if you owned a PlayStation, did you ever dream of playing Game Boy games on it? At least simple Game Boy games. Then the Gamebooster might be for you. This was by Datel, and it plugged into one of the ports on the PlayStation, the parallel port, and you could plug a Game Boy cartridge into it. So only the basic Game Boy cartridges, but apparently Super Mario Land is one you could plug in. Now we can bring up the menus for it, I think. There we go. And we can change, you can edit the palette. Apart from it flickers a little bit here for some reason I don't understand, but we'll ignore that's the main thing, I think. But yes, we can apparently change colours somehow and really mess everything up, but we don't really want to do that. Yeah, I don't know what we're doing. But basically you can recolour the Game Boy games. You've got some options. You can change the frame skip, which is on 2 by default, and you can choose between 3 different borders, or have a large or normal screen. I don't recommend large because it runs even worse. And now suddenly I've broken the graphics. I think that might be a main thing. Let's reset. Anyway, if you ever wanted to play a Game Boy game without sound on your PlayStation, then yeah, you could buy one of these Game Boosters. Oh yeah, with frame skip too, because it's not fast enough to emulate the Game Boy. And a lot of games don't work because the emulation is really buggy. You could put a CD in for some CD audio. But yeah, this is the quality of commercial emulation back in the 90s. I mean, the PlayStation really isn't fast enough to do proper emulation. There was also a version of this product for the Nintendo 64, which did have sound emulation, I believe, unlike this version. But yeah, commercial emulation was quite a sad thing on consoles at the time. I don't think any of your friends would have been impressed by you showing them that you could play this on your PlayStation when it runs far worse than playing it on a Game Boy. And it's got no sound. Yeah, a PlayStation is a bit slower than a 486 66, so yeah, it wasn't great. So yeah, it apparently has some sort of Super Game Boy mode for some of the Super Game Boy games, but I don't know, I can never get that to work. I'm not sure the hookup's 100% in MAME. But you get the idea. It's a product that you could buy. Maybe there were undumped revisions of it too, because I've seen compatibility lists that don't agree with the cartridges it even runs in MAME. Some of the cartridges that are meant to be compatible don't even boot when I try and run them in MAME. So I don't know if there were different versions of the product with different ROMs, or if that's just a MAME thing. It wouldn't surprise me if there were multiple versions. Some of them aren't dumped. But obviously this is not licensed by Sony. This plugged into the parallel port and sort of used the same exploit as some mod chip type things for booting from there. You know, it takes control of the system. And that's why it also doesn't work on some of the later PlayStations, because they got rid of the parallel port because it had no real genuine uses. And typically only got used for this type of rubbish. Yeah, if you put it on frameskip 0, it's really, really slow. Yeah, there are better options, but this was not a great option. to be polite about it. But yeah, this is Super Mario Land running in it. Now, it did come with a built-in game too. So if we don't insert a cartridge, it will boot a different game. There we go. Rebound mission by Datel. Unfortunately, this is just as slow as everything else. But you've got to try and get the ball in the hole at the top, I believe, without it bouncing back and hitting you. Yeah, this is an emulation and emulator. Let's change the options. Let's set the frame skip to 5. See, now it runs a bit faster, but obviously now it's frame skipping a lot. It's just, you know, the PlayStation's not powerful enough to do this, at least not with the emulator they've used, which is all in software. You know, they could have maybe put some hardware in the thing that plugged into the port too, but they didn't. They went for a software emulation option, and this was the result. I don't know if you can extract this ROM and run it in a Game Boy emulator, but I've never tried. But this is the built-in game in the unit, just in case you didn't have any Game Boy cartridges. Nintendo 64 doesn't really work very well in MAME. Minius. You can run it, but a lot of games don't work and it's very slow. It's not really worth trying in MAME. Anyway, you get the idea. Don't think we need to spend too long on that. It's a bit junk, but a bit of a novelty. One that doesn't work currently in MAME, but was recently redumped, so has potential to be improved, is this one. I think we might have to calibrate this in service mode. Hey Lo-Fi Kills, you just woke up? Well, good morning to you then, or good evening, or just, well, you woke up, so it's good morning. Okay, oh, yeah, that's what it did before. With bad ROMs, it will just give you that blue screen. with good ROMs. Because that's with good ROMs, it will not give you that blue screen. Good night, Neil. Take care. Thank you for the £5 earlier. I hope you're doing well. I hope you enjoy your night, enjoy the stream, and sleep well. Take care. Doom abuses the SNES in many ways. So, what controls have we got here? I don't know. Anyway, this kind of it now boots. It's another gapped game, but as you can see, it keeps pausing every second like this, so it's not really playable. I'm wondering if it's waiting on some sort of network status or IO status, because we've seen this type of thing in games before when they've been waiting on a network status or an IO status where they keep pausing to try and get a response that never happens, then time out. But I think you have to calibrate the controls here for it to be playable anyway. But you can now coin it up. Yeah, I've not no steering at the moment. But this is possibly one to look forward to in the future if the issues get fixed. It thinks I'm always steering to the right. So yeah, where's my calibration option? Here. See, this thinks link on number 2. That's suspicious. So it's possibly centered now. I don't know. Let's try a different. So it might now be correct. So I don't know how you change the link option. If there's any kind of thing in service mode here. Game options, PCB ID. Yeah, I'm betting the issue is something to do with it thinking I'm link number 2. But I don't think you can turn that off easily. Right, let's try and get out the menu now. Are there any stops due to emulation? I don't know what you mean. But yeah, like I say, this was just redone, so it does actually boot now, which it didn't used to. Because before the ROMs were bad. Half-size dumps before. Have I broken the acceleration? Now let's see if I can actually drive in a straight line now. No, apparently I didn't manage to successfully calibrate it. I don't like trying to calibrate Namco games. Anyway, you get the idea. It boots now. Let's play a different game, but I think I did calibrate already. I'm still going to be bad at. This is Techno Drive, a Namco game, similar hardware. Well, it's all going to be. I don't know why they've done the logo at the top of the screen because it's not a vertical game. Yeah, emulation fail there. So this is an odd one. It's more of a technical driving challenge than a racing game. It's very Japanese. Almighty Human Project. Also, yeah, don't expect me to actually pass any of these. Steering technique. So we can try and drive through the cones. Kart Duel was co-developed by ProSoft with Gaps for Namco. It did have the Gaps logo at the start. Yeah, that was a guy. So yeah, this is about trying to drive along the track and not hit the cones. It's about accuracy in driving. It's like a driving test as a game. Now I've got to drive through the holes. I don't know, this is starting to feel like some sort of game show. Yeah, I got an E+ for basically failing. 18%. Oh dear. So I can select a different course. I can select this one. So you've got to try and stay within the box on this one. I think this is just accelerating brake. No steering. Oh, yeah. I think it's telling me not to touch the steering because the steering wheel's not centered. Yeah, I didn't do very well. I hit the box too often. I got 32%. I got a D. Any parking? I don't think it's got parallel parking, no. At least I'm hitting cones, not cows. I don't know what that is. It looks like a maths challenge. Oh, I've just got to... I've actually got to crash into things? Wait. Oh wait, I've got to crash into the maths. What? It really is a maths technique. No, wrong way. No, I can't control it. No. Yes, you've got to do maths and steer a car. I was failing on the steering the car part. He's bad at driving, Bob. But there are other games, probably. Oh, apparently I've selected cones again. 5+4. Yes, I drove into the wrong number because once I lost control of the car, I was struggling to get it back again, to be honest. Oops. Oh yeah, I don't have to use the... Oh, so it tells me I don't have to use the acceleration even in the corner. That's why it's warning me that I'm pressing the buttons I don't even need to press. I didn't even finish at that time. A nightmare you have before an exam. Yeah, probably. 0%. Wow. That is a complete fail. I must have selected a mode that automatically... there are different games I've not played yet. I got level C this time. That's the easiest one. You just don't have to worry about... Yeah, I don't want to do maths again. I think you can select the other game modes though. Because I can select like this one that you can have a look at from. So I've got to keep the ball in front of me. Okay. Oh, it's just steering. Just steering. Okay. Uh-oh, lost the ball. I think I might have failed that one. This one is pretty weird, yeah, Joe. It's an odd thing to have as an arcade game, but I guess it wouldn't really work as a home game because there's not enough content. So I'm gonna try this one. What are we going to do here? Oh, this is just stopping time, is it? Right, another go. Oops. Oops. As you can see, my driving is exemplary. Wait, I'm driving backwards. I think you hold down F2 in service mode while it's booting up. Wait, I have to use steering as well. What am I doing here? I'm driving backwards. Yeah, I think it's a combination of holding down the service key and the test key while booting up, and it will go into a calibration mode. I did do it earlier. Yeah, I'm failing all these. Let's just do that again. Yeah, if you hold down service and F2, you get this screen, which initialize mode, which calibrates it. Just make sure you go to both extremes and let them center again, I think. Although it's not centering properly at the moment. I don't know. That's where you do it anyway. Okay, we are at the 3-hour mark. We've played plenty of bad games. But since Cow has asked for this one a few times, that's just the way I'm playing it, Wolfaz. I'm kind of hoping this doesn't load. Unfortunately, it may load. So I heard this is one of the best games on the PlayStation. By Idiotic. Okay, don't need no intros. Bubsy is 3D in Forbidden Planet. You do know I'm not going to play this for very long at all. You haven't seen any rum or whiskey tonight. There is some somewhere.
So, you wanna be a video game star? For starters, grab all the items you see. There's plenty of them in each level. And if you get enough of them, you'll be in for some surprises.
So, yes, this is 3D platforming at its finest.
Gimme, gimme, gimme! Tubular!
Is anything down here? Tank controls, awful camera, you name it, this has it all. Guess I just have to go back. Also, great music, as you can hear. Oh yeah, obnoxious voice acting, yes. How could I forget?
Like a box of woolies.
Where do I need to go? This way. Onto this platform. Or not. I don't remember.
Oh, this is my favorite part. Hold the square button when you walk up to an atom. Go ahead, try it, but don't hold it too long. Come on, come on, don't be shy. Step right up and win valuable prizes. Shoot the woolly with the atom.
Oh, and great draw distance too, because, you know, things just vanish. For no good reason.
Now, if you lose a Bugsy, you'll start over here instead of at the beginning of the level. Ain't life grand? This'll come in handy. Stupid is as stupid does.
This is definitely a sequel to Super Mario, yes. Every bit as good as Super Mario 64, this. I really don't know. Oh. Of course, I touched some water and I died. Alright, good night, Wolfhouse. Take care. Heaven's Gate. I played Heaven's Gate in another stream. I'm actually pretty much out of time for this stream, unfortunately. I might be able to squeeze in 1 or 2 more games. Maybe I'll have a look at Heaven's Gate. Anyway, have we seen enough Bubsy 3D? Can we conclude that it's just, oh dear, water? Yeah, the slightest touch of water and you are dead. Even though, you know, it's just another untextured nothingness like everything else in this game. I honestly don't even know where I'm going at this point. Hey John Phillips, I hope you're doing well. This is everybody's favourite Bubsy 3D. And we've seen quite enough of Bubsy 3D. I'm sorry. Maybe if you grew up with Bubsy 3D, you'd actually enjoy it somewhat, but no. So yeah, let's have a quick look at Heaven's Gate, which is now, after last stream, well, it's... was Rad... yeah, the credits... were the credits updated? Were they always correct? Look, an arrow. Yes, arrow. Arrow. Follow the big red arrows. This one's quite quiet. At least the music. Yeah, I didn't adjust the volume, did I? So we can play as a cow. Very colourful game for a fighter. At least this stage. I've never found it to be a particularly enjoyable game, which is what I said last time I played it. Yeah, I think the music volume needs adjusting higher. I said that last time as well. The music is way down in the audio mix at the moment. There'll be lots of volume adjustments in the upcoming main version, because we did find a lot of games are mixed far too high. The volume levels are far too high, causing them to clip, which we never noticed before. But yeah, there's an awful lot of drivers where everything's just been set far too high over the years. So we're slowly making things quieter. I'm running the latest main, so well, the latest main from GitHub. So it's the last version that was released, plus any current updates that have been applied. Yeah, I did play this on a previous stream, Bob. That's why I'm not going to spend too long on it. So I'll probably just play this match and then another. We're already over 3 hours, so not going to be much left of the stream. New exciting developments. I've not actually seen much. It's been quite quiet at the moment. I did show you that Kart jewelry dump just a minute ago. That has potential. Vil has been uploading some interesting videos on his YouTube channel. There's Gallico's Rolling Extreme, which is a ridiculous piece of hardware that he seems to have mostly running. So if you look up his channel on YouTube, that's really impressive. In fact, let me tab out of that for a second, because that's worth sharing in the channel actually. Yeah, I'm not saying go and check this out now. Yeah, for anybody who hasn't, that's very impressive. Yeah, it seems to be quite quiet. I'm thinking, is there anything that I need to bring to attention? The Space Harrier MCU just went in, which, yeah, I don't know if that was covered by the MCU dumps you were talking about. But yeah, Space Harrier does now run with its original MCU, but there's a bit of a hack there. That's kind of good. I mean, that now has the startup countdown, which was always missing from emulation before, because the MCU is writing the startup countdown while it checks into the program. So I'll have to do Space Harrier on another stream. And there's a Wonder Planet MCU, but yes, I think it's mainly MCU dumps. Anyway, that was Heaven's Gate. Yeah, there's quite a few things that are off on central rotation on Vil's video, but right. But yeah, it's looking good considering the hardware is just so absolutely ridiculous. There are a couple more PlayStation home games I want to have a look at, so I'm going to have to extend the stream a little, but this is quite a funky one. Now, if I try and save to memory card in this, it does lock up, so I have to keep that in mind. But if you go into adjust settings, this gives you the option to rotate the game to horizontal. Warning, do not turn your television set or monitor on its side. Doing so will cause damage such as colour distortion or even an electronical breakdown. Legal notice. They really don't want you turning your monitor on its side when you select the option to turn the monitor on its side. But yeah, it's on its side. So, Raiding is now a horizontal shooter. But of course, this is MAME. It doesn't actually rotate the controls, unfortunately. I'm going to have to do that by a hand. Video options. Rotate. And since we want to do this properly. So right is up. Up. Left is... I think this might now be correct. Nope, my left and right are swapped. There we go. Hey, main fan. So yeah, I'm playing the PlayStation version of Raiden, and I've rotated the screen, which it told me not to do when I selected the option to rotate the screen. But the fact it doesn't rotate the controls means it's going to be really awkward if you're trying to play it like this on a real PlayStation. It mainly can rotate the screen, and here are cows. This isn't Raiden DX, this is the original Raiden project, which is Raiden 1 and 2. It's one of the few PlayStation games that does give the option to run the game rotated. And that was a cow, yes cow. Yeah, there's a decent port on the Jaguar. Yes, that is true. It's one of the not awful Jaguar games. Not the best port, but not awful. Raiden 2 is really hard to get emulated, yes. For a long time, this collection was actually the best way to play Raiden 2 on a PC. I don't think anything's been done on GP32 from this. Yeah, can we quit out the game? Yeah, that's what I want to do. Oh, I forget the... We can swap to Raiden 2. There we go. No, I don't think anything's... Yeah, I think it's for legal reasons. They don't want... Like it said, don't rotate your monitor, don't rotate your monitor, don't rotate your monitor. So they didn't give the option to rotate the controls, unfortunately. They want you to play it split on its side if we use that option outside of Japan. Of course, in MAME it doesn't matter, you just redefine the controls like I did. And I'm playing with it as you'd expect it to. But yeah, the collection included Raiden 1 and 2. And before the protection was cracked on the arcade Raiden 2, this was definitely one of your best options for playing it. Because, you know, rotated like this, it's a very good port. Hammer the button quite quickly. Yeah, GP32 is one of those that's a fast arm, isn't it? Anyway, you get the idea. That was the Raiden project for the PlayStation. And we will switch our view back. Dare I say, there are one or two others I do want to look at before we end the stream. I'm going to have to fix my controls again now. Right. Oh, yeah, I need to rotate the screen back too. Video options. Screen note. There we go. Saurus.
うっちゃんなんちゃんからの挑戦状完全攻略できたら100万円もう夢じゃない全人類へ向けられた悪意がここに勝つのは人かマシーンか
I have played the FM Towns version before as well, Joe. I think they've only got Raiden 1 there, though, haven't they?
さあ炎のチャレンジャーよ今こそ立ち上がるがいい
So this is sort of a spin-off to a Neo Geo game.
うっちゃんなんちゃんからの挑戦状完全攻略できたら100万円もう夢じゃない
One player.
うっちゃんな
Nope.
選択可能なコースはご覧の通りテレビ番組初代コースを完全再現
If you played the irritating maze on Neo
チャ
Geo,
レンジコースであります
this is basically a sort of home game based around that.
ここでクラッシュ
I don't know if this is on the N64. I've not
ここでクラッシュ
really looked at the N64 lab. Yeah, I'm not doing very well though. Now you control the speed with the buttons.
おっとこれは
It's a little bit laggy, unfortunately. That's slightly annoying.
どうしたんだ
I don't know if this even supports analog. Apparently it does. Okay, you can play with the DualShock on this, which probably makes things a bit easier.
どうしたんだ
I did better in practice earlier. Don't get zapped. Yeah, I'm not doing a good job of not getting zapped. It requires precision, and the dead zone's a bit big, unfortunately. It's probably one of those that play better with the original hardware. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the nice graphics and designs that the Irritating Maze has. Yeah, I noticed that earlier. I got really far going quite fast. I think I was playing on keyboard actually, but I've not got keyboard set up now, so I can't. But yeah, you can't take your time. The course just goes on forever. It's also got a course editor from what I can tell. But yeah, this is sort of some sort of spin-off of the Irritating Maze. Yeah, you can't just go slow. You have to actually go fast. I thought this was like the end there where the arrow is, but it's not. It's not the end at all. There's a button that does that. Other than that, the buttons just seem to change your speed overall. So I can move at the fastest speed like that, or the slowest speed if I go down. Now my maximum speed is limited. So you know, I could do it at super slow speed like this, but anyway. If you wanted a more irritating maze, then this one is kind of irritating. It's too irritating. Far too irritating. More irritating is unnecessary. Yes, main fan. I just thought I'd share it off because I think not many people are aware of it. I didn't know there was an N64 version though, as Bob was mentioning. But that's got 5 speeds there and a level editor and everything else. But you know, it's a spin-off of an arcade game that's kind of interesting. The one I'm playing now, I think, is just an original shooter for the PlayStation. So, Stallbedder by Santos. There we go. That's top. So let's just have a little shoot one. Now this seems to get some criticism for being too easy, which is not something I often hear about a shoot 'em up. It may mean I end up playing it for a little bit and quitting out because if there's not much challenge, then you know, that'll be going on for a while. Again, this is an example of a 2D game on the PlayStation, and you didn't really see many of them outside of Japan. Most of them got left in Japan. Got to be 2-shot times. If you want a nice, simple shoot-'em up, this one seems to fit the bill. There's a note in the software list that says this locks up MAME at the ending, so apparently it hard locks MAME, so yeah, you have to force close MAME, which is kind of bad. I'm not quite sure why that would be, but yeah, if I get to the end, it will crash. As you can see, the bullet patterns aren't that tough. It's kind of a slow start. Out this shot instead. I still do keep getting hit. Oh, I thought returns just meant, you know, it's because it's irritating maze returns type of thing. Yeah, maybe it's different from the N64 one. No, I thought Returns reference was referencing the original Neo Geo game. And hey Christian, if I didn't say hello, I hope you're doing well. We are quite late in the stream right now, but always good to see you. Turned it down, it was a bit loud for me. Right, so they reworked it a bit for the PlayStation probably, Bob. Yeah, makes sense. Anyway. So we're now 3.5 hours. This is a very Raiden-like set of graphics, I have to say. Especially those trees. Yeah, Santos is a name I see a bit. They did that Hammer Away as well, didn't they? The prototype on System 8 too. Aussie guy. Yeah, I can see what people mean about this one being a bit easy. It could have done with ramping up the difficulty by now. Instead I've just got lots and lots of shot. Is this going to have tank bosses? I've already got this shot, but I'm not even using it. I could power that one up too, I guess. Please, yeah. Laser. Big laser. Not a laser wheel though. I don't like the environment either. I'm destroying all the trees. And those big windmills. Eat laser. No, I don't think this has any real arcade connection other than Santos also doing arcade games, as you guys mentioned. Santos, you know, Santos was headed by the same guy who headed Orca and Crux, and did Planet Probe and Flash Gal and the like, which is what Aussie guys mentioned in the chat. So this does have arcade connection in the sense of the developer, but not in the game. This was never an arcade game. It would have had to be significantly more difficult to be an arcade game. So we'll probably get to the end of this stage and move on. Yeah, this is quite a casual shoot 'em up path. I'm somewhat overpowered, I have to say. Boss time. And it's auto fire, so I just hold down fire as well, so it's not even got me mashing buttons and wearing myself out. VER.A. Yeah, the shield's basically your lives. If you're going to wear flamethrowers, you do tend to lose it though. So, there we go, that's stage 2 complete. Loading. So yeah, you get the idea. It's a shooter. If you want a fairly easy shooter, it's not the worst one to play. I think this one is one that's broken. Let me have a quick look. I believe this is where we have a look at silly PlayStation emulation bugs. Who doesn't want to play Doom? Good old classic Doom. I'm kind of surprised this one's broken. I don't know what it's doing special, but it's kind of hilariously broken. From what I remember. Unless I'm loading the wrong game. One of the Doom games is broken. Was it this one? No, it's this one. There are no walls. The walls do not render in Doom. In terms of completely illogical bugs, that feel completely out of place. No rendering of walls in Doom. So, yeah. The main PlayStation driver does have its share of issues, including Wallless Doom, which is kind of amusing in its own way, but obviously not very good if you want to play Doom in the PlayStation driver. Don't know why that would be. That always strikes me as quite an odd bug. But yeah, that's a bug in MAME, that one. Yeah, Planet Probe definitely seems to have some connections there. We assume it wasn't released. We've not got a version with any copyright details on. It's a mysterious game. The only board was found in Italy, where it's probably bootlegged from a prototype or something. Shall we go back to Arcade Land? It's probably not a bad port, Bob. Better than the Saturn port, which also doesn't run in MAME for other reasons. The Saturn port of Doom was a disaster. Does this need calibrating? I can't remember. I like it when games are pre-calibrated, but come on. Long startups. Konami like long startups. This is where I find out I do need to calibrate it. Version UAA. Does 32X Doom run? Yeah, it runs too well. Now this is where you get ugly 3D. Yeah, 32X Doom runs faster in MAME than it does on real hardware. Pull the trigger to end demonstration. Okay. Now, I put this up there with Konami's ugly gun shooters, you know, Lethal Enforcers and the like. It's really not a pretty game. Also, some of those are on M2 hardware. Evil Knight, that's kind of ugly too. Yeah, I mean, the 32X port of Doom is quite respectable. It's missing some content, and they were going to release a more complete version. And I think those more complete versions are dumped as newer versions of Doom, prototype versions. But it never got released in the more complete form. But it's a respectable port. I mean, if you've got a 32X, it's one of the better games to have on it. Yeah, Crypt Killer. It's quite an ugly shooter. It's not a bad shooter to play, but it's a little bit ugly. Yeah, it's a little bit of a crop window too, isn't it?
Let's go. Oh, please continue.
Cool.
Player one. Look right.
If you want a horror themed game for like, if you're doing a Halloween episode the next month, this is one that might come back up because it kind of fits the bill. Very simple 3D even for a PlayStation. This, you know, the enemies are clearly scaled 2D, The backgrounds are primitive. It's ugly. I mean, Konami do have some ugly games. Again, especially on some of these arcade systems. That's the one with Simpsons bowling on. Everything there is kind of ugly. So I think a lot of those would work better if whatever issue with the CD emulation preventing the CD audio from working was fixed, because they're just causing those to CD error or not play audio. I suspect they were developed by different teams than the regular Konami games. So choose path. It plays alright, but yeah, when you've got House of the Dead and the like as the competition, this doesn't really hold up. Nobody's going to choose to play this over House of the Dead if they're both in the same arcade. It doesn't even hold up against the 2D sprite gun games, because the 2D, say something like Zombie Raid might be 2D, but it's much better looking because it's well done 2D, not primitive 3D. Yeah, Virtual Cop 2, same year. Not really a competition, is it? I know it's cheap PlayStation hardware, but I don't know, there's just better. It's on Rails too, so you could have easily pre-rendered most of it, like the Judge Dredd game did. Not that the Judge Dredd game is great, but it looks better. The enemies are all recycled too, there's basically no variation. And then you just randomly die from something that you didn't think hit you. Yeah, Judge Dredd is also PlayStation hardware, Bob. It's when I played on another stream, but that's all stream video as the background. So it's kind of cheating. I'm sure this is how shooting boulders works. So it supports 3 players, I guess, so it's got that going for it. Unfortunately, I've not managed to do any of the Konami Champ games or anything like that. I wanted to look at Hanged Champ and Anime Champ and stuff like that. But there just hasn't been time. This typical boss has too much health too, so we won't continue. We've got 15 minutes left before this is a 4-hour stream, so we can probably keep going for a little bit. But that was Crypt Killer by Konami. Warning, flashing screen. There you go. Crypt Killer. Ooh, okay. Let's go with Mr. Driller. This is a nice, fun little one, Mr. Driller. Unfortunately, the sequels to this, the arcade sequels, all run on System 10 hardware, which is heavily protected, so they don't work yet. Yeah, hopefully they'll fix it then, mess drivers, and that's the issues with the CHDs as well. But the fact that they either don't play CD audio or seem to try and play CD audio and it breaks the loading is an issue in that driver. Not that the games are going to be any good. I think they're all probably some of the worst Konami games made, but oh dear. But it'd be nice to have them running. This is... Mr. Driller is one of those games that looks simple, and then you realise it's actually really difficult to play, because if anything drops on your head, it hurts, and then you've got to keep your air up, so you've got to try and get to these air things all the time without getting squashed. That wasn't a very good run. Yeah, there's a reload button in Crit Killer. Now, if you played the knockoff of this in MAME, Mr. Dig, that is one of the more amusing things that was dumped in semi-recent times. Because Mr. Dig copies every element of this game and just puts it on a different hardware. But if you haven't, make sure to do so. That's not good. Yeah, you can break those blocks, but it costs you a lot of air. So if you can avoid doing that, then avoid doing that. It's a simple case of get to the bottom without dying this game, and try and do it as quickly as you can. Surprisingly popular on the Dreamcast, I seem to remember. There we go, breaking through. Oh, got squished. The barrier to System 10 is the protection, which is a bit of a nightmare. Although I still think Mr. Driller's probably only... Mr. Driller 2's only like about 20 lines of some sort of simulation away from running, because it does start to boot the code, and it is decrypted properly. Anyway, that was the Mr. Driller arcade. Now, the PlayStation did get a port of one of the System 10 games, in fact. So if you can't wait for System 10 emulation and still want to play a new Mr. Driller game, then Mr. Driller G did get ported to the PlayStation. So while the arcade version does not currently run in MAME, you can play it on the PlayStation. I don't know. I mean, I don't personally have any plans to work on the PlayStation drivers, Gasabath, but maybe somebody does. I don't know. You see, you get multiple characters on this one. And locations. It's all zoomed out. I don't know what I think of zoomed out mode. Should I not be taking a break? I'll probably be ending the stream soon, Flat View, so I don't feel I need a break right now. Squished. This is a 2,000 meter deep level. I don't think I'm going to make the bosses tonight. Especially not to do that. All that. Lost concentration. And there we go. The 7th day. How many hours of streaming is that? I didn't make it very far. No, I don't think all the levels are zoomed out like that. I think it was just that one I chose. So choose regular driller. Choose a 500 meter one. I've got a while to go. Oh dear, Bob. I don't think I'm going to make it 144 hours. I think there we go. You see, this level has more regular graphics. So you can see it's still Mr. Driller. I'm not sure what they've added to the gameplay, to be quite honest, apart from the different size stages. Considering I think this is the third game in the series. I don't know if 2 was on the PlayStation. Yeah, Mr. Driller G. So it got a PlayStation port, even though the arcade doesn't run in MAME yet. So it's one to check out, maybe, if that's your thing. Right. So this one's not in the soft list. Well, it is. But there are issues. The soft list image of this one is corrupt. It's got bad sound and needs replacing. It's because the main soft list was created when there weren't proper dumps of a lot of the Japanese games, so they're all from random sources, and some of them do need replacing, and this is one of them. So while this is in the soft list, Puzzle Arena Toshiden, don't use the soft list version. It needs replacing with the redump image. So I converted one myself earlier. Now obviously this is another spin-off game because Battle Arena Toshiden was a fighter for the arcades. This takes the characters from Battle Arena Toshiden and puts them in a puzzle game. What am I doing? Puts them in a puzzle game with some very loud music. In fact, that's too quiet now. But it's a fairly simple match 3 puzzle game. You know the type. You have already looked at Puyo, and this is basically the same type of thing. Match 3, see, chain. Unfortunately, this is the problem. A lot of companies just went with this formula and didn't add enough to it. So while you got your characters, which is, you know, nice to have if you like the characters in the series, I do prefer puzzle games that try and do a bit more with the design. I mean, there's no compelling reason to want to play this over, say, Puyo. Does have the attacks, the special moves when you use the blocks, but again, it's just dropping more pieces on me. It's a standard thing. Got some decent music, which is again why I wanted to use the version which does work, as opposed to the one that doesn't. I don't appear to be very good at it, unfortunately. Seem to have quite good AI. It is quite aggressive AI. I'm being attacked again. Yeah, this is over. Yeah, that's the problem. I like games where they do more. This is just a straight pure clone, really, with special moves. It's like they didn't actually have an idea of their own. Which is a shame. But make us a puzzle game with the most generic puzzle game mechanics. And yeah. I suppose, interestingly, the next counter is shared between players. I mean, that's something. If you see something you want coming up, try and drop the piece more quickly. Maybe? But you get the idea. I wanted to highlight this one just to show that the software-less image does need replacing, because with a proper dump of it, the sound is fine. With the software-less image, the sound is broken. So that's it's just an unfortunate case of the software-less being done years ago, when you couldn't really find Japanese dumps. VDump hadn't got a decent list of them, and nobody was dumping them to any standard. And now they're all dumped to some sort of standard at least. So needs revisiting at some point. And syncing and updating. Yeah. You get the idea. The music's alright. Probably the only reason you want to play it. So let's just stack that up. And quit that one. Because that's all that is. Essentials on my list that I need to look at now. Might be nice to play a bit of Point Blank 2, but it can wait. Fighting Layer can wait. Tetris can wait. I'm going to finish on one more shooter. And this is one that I have to swap to vertical. I should maybe have done Logic Pro Adventure 2, but... So, video system. Long after the the developers of the original Aero Fighters had gone to film Psycho, Video System would continue to put out Aero Fighters games, Sonic Wings games. And they put out this one on PlayStation-based hardware, which is Aero Fighters Special. Cowful the Viking. Now this goes back to the traditional vertical formula for the game, which I kind of like. It feels very dated for when it was released. It feels much closer to the original Aero Fighters than, say, the sequels did. But if you like Aero Fighters, it's not really a bad choice. But, you know, this was up against much more modern-looking shooters in the arcades. Whereas this one feels incredibly retro. You know, it doesn't feel like it's got all the extras the Psycho added to the genre. It feels very... This is Aero Fighters on PlayStation hardware. Is this an endurance stream? Possibly. Endurance streams aren't good for concentration though, so I'm going to get worse and worse at the games. Also, it's like coming up to 1 AM, so... In fact, it is after 1 AM now, so... We will be ending the stream fairly soon. But, you know, this is what happens when you haven't had a stream in ages. You end up with a slightly longer stream to make up for it. Who knows, you might get a stream tomorrow too. Might. That's not a promise. I kind of want to look at the games in Seta.cpp, or just Seta games in general. Because this was S September Sony PlayStation. We can also do S September Seta. Or S September Spectrum. I know it's been said that the original developers of Aero Fighters are the developers who went on to go to form Psycho, hence the similarities. And the follow-ups weren't developed by the same team. I don't know about the rest of it that you mentioned, Ozzy. I never heard that one before. So I don't know who Wixie, Micronics, or Chaos are. They're not. I think I've heard of Micronics, but not the others. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Not something I've heard before, but you could be correct, because you do seem to know your stuff. You seem to have good resources. As you can see, it's Aero Fighters. There's a few slight transparencies in places, I think. Future Japan. Oh, look, some transparent clouds. I've not really done many vertical games tonight. I think I've only really done the PlayStation Raiden turned on its side. So I thought I'd better do another vertical game. Because, yeah, some PlayStation hardware games did natively run vertical like this one. Neo Paris. Probably Neo Paris. You have a charge shot too, yeah, you see. Unfortunately, I do keep dying. It's interesting it's got a restart stage option on the continue screen. There was a version of this on the PlayStation itself, I believe, but it doesn't have the special in the title, from what I remember. So the arcade version is a bit different. I think it's... Still fast bullets though. Hallmark of all these video system and Psycho games. Am I planning on doing a ZX Spectrum stream in memory of Sir Clive Sinclair, who did sadly pass away a few days ago? I was considering it. I'm going to have to review which Spectrum games run well for stream. But yeah, I was considering doing a Spectrum stream, yes, Alpha. I know a lot of people have been doing Spectrum streams. But yeah, the Spectrum is a system I grew up with, so obviously I caught that in the news, and somebody who made a big difference to the gaming industry, at least here, back in the day, was Sir Clive Sinclair. So yeah, it might be nice to do a Spectrum stream at some point. Plus I do keep being asked how to load Spectrum games in MAME, and I really should cover that on stream at some point. So yeah, I think we've seen enough of Aero Fighters Special. I thought I'd throw that one into the mix. We didn't do any of the football games. We've not done One-on-One Government, which is a basketball game, despite sounding like a government simulation. We didn't do Gallop Racers, so there's maybe not been the variety I would have quite liked. But I think we've looked at some interesting ones. Some home games, some arcade games. There's plenty to cover when it comes to a PlayStation-based hardware. Where do I want to do? Just one I want? That's the view I want. So there's plenty more to look at if I want to do another stream on PlayStation-based games, which I may do. Probably not this month, but yeah, there's a lot more. There's even plenty more GNet games I didn't look at, plenty more Taito FX hardware, plenty more ZN ones, plenty more Konami. There's all the Namco music games, but I can't really do Konami music games, but I can't really do those on stream because the music gets flagged up immediately. But yeah, and also plenty, obviously, of PlayStation home games, you know, the random Japanese budget releases and the like that don't really get covered much, which are nice to bring up on stream. So I'll probably be doing those. But yeah, I don't know if MAME supports the PlayStation Light Gun or not. I'd have to have a look, Ned. I don't know if that accessory is supported. But yeah, I might do another PlayStation game stream at some point. I would like to do a Spectrum one. Like I said, I'd like to do a Sept one, where you look at all those terrible shooters in the Sept drivers, and also some good games in the Sept drivers. Maybe even Sega. The problem is I'm running out of September because I've not really been streaming much. But anyway, this stream has been going on for like over 4 hours now, so I'm going to call an end to it now. Thank you to everybody for being here and all the chat and all the information. No cam. Mr. Driller 2 doesn't work, unfortunately. There's still the system temp protection. But yeah, it's been good. I've enjoyed everybody chatting away, all the conversation. Nice little community we've got here. Lots of regular faces I recommend. Lots of people who I haven't seen before dropping in messages, and that's always good to see. So I know there are plenty of lurkers, and that's, you know, plenty of people just enjoying and watching in the background. And again, I hope maybe you've discovered games you weren't aware of, especially the home PlayStation games where I've just been picking up like random ones, talking about those Nichibutsu ports and sort of what's like the fake sequels. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Crazy Climber 85 isn't a real arcade game, nor Tom's Strikes Back or the SFX version in the Moon Cresta one. But they're fun to play, fun to have a little look at. And I hope you've enjoyed them, and I will see you on the next one. Good night, everybody, because it's late here. I'll be heading straight to bed. So, yep, I've enjoyed it, and I hope you have too. So, bye-bye, good night, take care, and I'll catch you on the next one.